Check, check, check. Hey, everybody. Hey, everyone, Lazy Ben. All right. Some music. Okay. So, didn't stream yesterday, edited a YouTube video instead. Which is up on YouTube about combat, about the stuff I've been working on. Today we're getting back to it. I had the goals for the week. Combat. So we're doing this combat spied NPC player reaction. Let's see where we got. I don't think there are any changes. Pull anyway, just to make sure. No. So where we get to, I do believe that we're knocking HP off the player now. And he can get to 0. Okay. So right now we're drawing these regions. I guess these are the hit regions or the attack regions. I'll just not draw them anymore. So we're in a situation where the player can die for the first time. So we might work on that. What does that mean for the player to die? Actually, we're not quite there. We need to actually put in something how much HP this takes off. We could do a couple of things. Work out how much HP attacks take off. And then maybe if he bites you, we could do something like a poison. We could put something like an attack over time. So we've got this thing called animated rig types. So this is where we've been putting in this animated rig specific data. So this would be a good place possibly to put in how much HP attacks knock off of the player. How much, yeah. Like the attack strength in terms of HP knockoff. How powerful they are. The only thing is that these were always to do with animated rigs. So we could change this. I could put it in the entity state types. So we've got a couple of places where specifically specifically giving things like the hero state, the Genia state, Planting Droid state, Spidey state, and then here in the rig types we've got the Hero Pro rig. So this is really only to do with, was meant to be only to do with the animated rig, whereas this is to do with the actual entity itself. So this actually is to do with the animated rig itself. This isn't though. So I'm wondering if we move this into here. Well, this is kind of to do with the rig. If we change the rig, we might want to change the attack region as well. The amount an attack takes off, though, is that going to be determined by the rig? I don't think so. Got another fly in here. That's annoying. Get it out. So what I'm looking for is a good place to put entity specific information about attack strength. I don't know actually. It makes sense to have it in entity state types, doesn't it? So in the combat controller, where would it be? It's here, isn't it? So is it here? Or is it the attribute controller? I think it's the attribute controller. So we've just got this -10 hard coded. We need to say, like, given who is doing the attack and what attack it is, how much HP do we knock off? That's what I'm trying to work out. Need a good place to put that in the code. Like we could have something like AC get attack get attack strength. Strength is the kind of the wrong word though. What is the word for how much HP it is? Not an attack knocks off. Get attack HP. Get attack HP. And we could have one just given the current state of the attribute controller. Maybe we'll go with this and we'll see what it's like, see what it says. SD2 get attack HP. Return 10 for now. So this has got to look into the entity state type and kind of ask, well, it either has to look into the animated rig type, but that's a bit weird because that's really only meant to be about the animated rig itself, not about the entity. And say, for this level of attack, what is the base level amount of HP? Which could be a random range, I suppose. Or we could make a new thing. One thing, we could do something like you know, we could have something like combat stats ENPC ID for each NPC. The attack level, combat attack level. And then a list of stats. Which would be, do something like attribute do something like that. So for this MP at this attack level, these are all the attributes of it. Because if we tie it into the attribute type, it could say like, it could reduce, the attack could reduce stamina in theory. We could ask for specifically with a HP. Attack level stats. NPC attack level stats. And we basically just want an array. This could actually be min-max S32. Will that build like that? So we'd have to do something like struct combat stat e attribute type min-max S32 value. So we could have a combat stat controller. Maybe we just have one. Which would basically have one of these for each NPC. So it'd be something like class, combat stats controller. And it would have in it an enum array. Well, it's not really an enum array, is it? One for each. It'd be 3 for each NPC. I think we're gonna have to put that in here. And let's just make one. So combat stats controller S, and then we'll just see what this looks like. Build that. Problem with having this as an enum array of attributes like this is it's per attack level. If you make that a combat stat attribute, struct combat stat, then we have enumerate combat stat for e combat attack levels. Let's see what one of these looks like in the debugger. We don't ever call that. I'll do it here instead. It's hot today here. I'm drinking a hot coffee as well, which is great. Okay. This has data in it. So hero. So this is quite complicated to... So it has 6 levels, so it has 1 for each NPC. And then the Spidean, for instance, has 11 attributes, 1 for each attribute, and each attribute has levels for every attack level. So you'd have to do something like sdata enpcid Spidean attributes e attribute type HP levels e combat attack level 0. So that would give the HP, Spidean's HP for attack level 0, how much HP it knocks off. So what I need to do is basically override the operator, square bracket operator, to return data NPC there. So now we just do this. Then here we do it as well. Combat stat attribute. Attributes utter. And that gets rid of that one. And then this is combat stat. Combat attack level. So maybe this needs to return min-max. And that returns levels, level, value. So we could do value.random. So auto HP hit is that basically. That returns an S32. That seems like quite a good way of doing it. And then, you know, if we want, say it knocks off stamina, do that. And then if it's a different attack, it's like that. So Spidey stamina at attack level 0. It might make sense to maybe swap these round. Spidey at attack level 0 as stamina. Maybe. Oh, give us 2 minutes. I'm just trying to get this fly out of the room. See if that got it. Don't want to kill it. Get out of the room. Keeps landing on the microphone, which is well annoying. Okay. What we're going to do, we're going to swap these round. So basically this and this swap round. And this is the attribute. This is a combat stat level. I think that's a little bit more intuitive. Get it the right way around. So that actually needs the level. These are levels actually. And these are attributes. Nope. These are levels. These are attributes. The attribute type. So now we can basically get the HP hit like that. If we ever wanted, you know, say we had MP, we could just basically do that now and it would be there. We obviously need to say what these are as well. So how would this work out? It'd be like data. Could get that to return. So we could have something like void set min max. E is a E attribute type, and then it would just be attributes ATR value plus min max s32 min max. So we could do something like set HP. So basically this hit would be like between like 10 and 15 HP. That'd be a good way to do it. Then we could just list them all. We can, by default, it could be min max S32 0 0 by default. Let's just see what this looks like in the debugger. Yeah, then we could just have a file which has a big table in. And we can just set them all. So that hit 14. So Spidean, attack level 0, attribute HP is between 10 and 25, the rest is 0. Yeah, I quite like that. See, we could also, we could either use set or no, that's a good way to do it. I think that's a good way to do it. Okay, let's build this out properly then. So see an entity, I think. Yeah. So this would make a new file called combat stats controller. And we'll just copy this into it that we've just made. So we need to include min max. Where is min max? It's in maths. And we need to know about the attribute type. So we'll just say well, we might actually need to know about it. So through the attribute controller. Thinking these probably need to know about the type rather than just for declaring the type. We need to know about attribute. Well, that is probably including attribute controller. So move them into the source file. Move all of those things into the source file. Well, that's only one thing. Move all of those things into the source file. Just check that builds. Does not. So we can forward declare e-combat attack level. I think. No, we can't. Well, let's just see if we can. I doubt it though. I think the enum array needs to know about it. Same with NPC ID. Include NPC. Include combat controller. Maybe we don't need to do. Maybe we can forward declare it. Okay, let's try that then. So rather than including the attribute controller, let's just forward declare the attribute type. I'm gonna have to just check that this does work. And then we include the attribute controller in here. Okay. And let's just make one of these. Oops. Let's put these at the top, really. Okay, so let's just do auto get combat stats controller, and let's just temporarily include it. Nice. CSC. Okay. So this is excluded from the build for debug mono. And then that means in build 7 for Sci-Fi Gardener, I need to include that. Let's just do a full rebuild of those files. And all I'm looking is if it's just give a HP hit value. It doesn't look like we do need to forward declare them, which is great. I wonder how that even works. I wonder how we can get the array size without forward declaring the enum. Anyway, whatever. So for Spidean, combat level 0 HP. Yeah, it works. It totally works, which is grand. Possibly write some NatVis for this. Might do that next. Well, not quite next. Well, I will make a file called combat stats. And all we're going to do in the combat stats controller is here. I'm just going to include combat stats. And here we'll put that. And then we can just list them all. And we'll say that does 10 to 20 or 15 to 20, and we'll say that one does 5 to 10. So this is the base range of damage for each attack type, attack level for the NPC. So the more NPCs we get in, the more we can just add to this. Just the base level, so it'll run through a different thing eventually, which will add on any buffs. So then we need to work out if we do something like poison, how that's going to work out. Okay, that's grand. So the combat controller now. Let's get rid of that. I think we kind of need that to do the debug drawing sometimes. Okay. Well, let's just see how this builds. That's fine. Include canvas somewhere else. So it's actually, I wouldn't even want to be in here anyway. It's the attribute controller. So where we decide the amount of HP we're going to knock off. Get attack HP. So we can say if ID is less than an enum count, ENPC ID. So for an NPC, We get the combat stat controller. Then we do return CS ID attack level. We need to get the current attack level as well, so we need the combat controller. Let me do CC get combat attack level. Attribute type HP. So is that it? That looks good. By default, we just return 0. So do we even want to, let's say, do we even want to do the attack if it's going to knock off 0? Yeah, we probably do. All right. So this now, so we've kind of we can program in how strong we want the attacks to be. Let's get rid of this. So we're going through the attribute controller to say, like, get the attack HP, current attack HP. So I wonder if this should be called get current attack HP. Because we might eventually want get an attack HP given an attack level. So we could put the attack level through there. No, I think it'll be fine. We could supply it there to get the actual value. So if we do want an attack to give the player HP, so I'm wondering, like, if these be negative, and then if we give the player HP, the positive. I think we'll stick with this for now. Okay. He's got 100 HP at the moment. Still got 100. So it's going up again. Strangely. Oh. So it's the combat controller of the attacker. So this is the dest. So this is the dest AC. So that's the, so we want to change it. We want to actually get the attack HP. Of the source attribute controller. Source and there's a dest. And this is the source. So we're going to get the current attack HP from the source, which is the Spidey, and the dest is the character being hit. And we're going to change the attribute value for the character being hit. Let's try that again. No, that's not working either. So the source is Spidey. Spidey doesn't have an attribute controller. Okay, so this won't work if it doesn't have an attribute controller, which is not necessarily what I want. So I might nuke this, get rid of this. We get the combat stat controller with the source entity ID. The thing about this is it might eventually go out of bounds for doing this cast. So what we might do here is have a get as well. Just an ID. And this can be this could be an optref. You can say if ID is less than enum count enpc ID, return basically just that. Else return one of these. Oops. So now we have a get, and the get just takes an ID, which means we can just say get e dot source entity ID. If stats do you want the actual attack level as well? So we could go through the actual combat controller to do this. That might be because we need the combat controller. So we could do something a little bit different. We could go so it's the source combat controller, get game state, get combat controller e.source entity ID. So we could do that, or we could go directly through the combat controller. So we could say something like things with this, if it's gonna choose a random number, if you call it twice, it'd be two different numbers. You get current attack level. If you say get current HP from the combat controller, get current attack HP. If you call it twice, it would be two different numbers. So it would be kind of a bad API. Whereas if you just leave it like this, where you have to go through the stats controller, this is just implicitly random. You're just getting the next stat. And then if ever we do want to get the last hit, how much HP the last hit cost, we can get it through the attribute controller. We could just save this if you ever need that. We'll keep it like this then. Get rid of the compile errors first. remember how to actually do this in C++. It's that, isn't it? So it's a little bit long-winded, but it stops me in the future. I might be like, oh, get the current attack HP, and then I might later in the frame be like, oh, we need that again. Let's get the current attack HP, and they'll end up being two different numbers if it just goes through this API. See, it might be worth giving every attack an ID. And then we could save. Yeah, we might think about that later. If we ever need a system where we do need to remember the HP for each attack. Okay. Not knocking off HP though. Come on, Visual Studio. It's a level 1 attack. Should be between 15 and 20. $16, because we're not doing -1 times. All right. At least now, yeah, we can properly dynamically generate for each entity, for each tag, for each attribute, a stat for it in combat or in anything, you know. We'll use these. We could use these for anything. Well, we've specifically called it a combat stat controller. Yeah, but it's the base value. There we go, it's knocking off HP now. He's dead. He's dead. So we need to basically modify the HP through the attribute controller. Because we're going to want to apply buffs and stuff. So we're going to do S32 modify attribute attribute type S32 base value. This. So right now we're just going to go going to return the base value. So this is so the dest attribute controller, which is who's being hit. Modify attribute HP. So we want one for each. We want one for the source and one for the destination because they both want to be able to modify the attribute. So we might call this modify dest attribute. So we're just going to HP and then we want to say if auto dest attribute controller equals get game state, get attribute controller e dot source. No, so this is the source attribute controller e dot source entity ID HP equals source AC. Then we're going to have another one called modify source attribute. Which will just return the base value. And this is modify source attribute. So we get it through, right? So let's just actually follow this through. Because this is where we can put buffs. In this modified dest attribute, that's where the character being hit can put his buffs onto the HP. The modify source attribute is where the character who's doing the hitting can modify. So obviously if he gets a critical hit, that's where he could put it. He could basically change the HP, send a critical hit event. Then each character, the attacker or the attackee, can have input on what happens to the HP value. Okay, so we get the base out, which is 12. So the dest, which is the hero character being hit, is going to modify the attribute. Not doing anything yet, but that's where they could put the code. And then if the source has got an attribute, we could modify it as well. It doesn't have an attribute controller, so it can't modify it. And that's it. So we knock off -12. Okay, cool. Right, let's check that in. So that's basically, we've got 2 places in the code. I don't know how we're going to use the modifiers yet, but we've got 2 places in the code here. Here is where the attacker can apply buff. And then this one here is where the attacked can apply buffs eventually. Okay, that's good. That's really good. So should we try for a poison attack? which would deplete HP at intervals over time whilst you're poisoned. He's stuck there. That's a little bug there. He gets stuck in a loop. If I was to move away, it would be fine. I think the quick way to stop that bug is to be like, if he's already got this animation, don't replay it. So he can't run away. Is that what's happening there? So he's waiting. Then he's setting combat state to hostile level 0. So basically that's failing there. You can't find cover there. What I might do in the animation routine, Spidey in combat, it's where we go to hostile level 0. I'm gonna go if auto track rig get animation track 0. I'm going to say if track name is equal to idle alert. Well, if it's not equal to idle alert, we'll do it. We'll say to idle alert. So that'll just stop replaying that animation if he ever gets stuck. Because he's only stuck until we move, I think. It's as if the character, if the player stops moving the character and he's just stood there, he'll just stand there, but he'll keep replaying it to idle alert animation. See if we can get into that situation again. So now he's fleeing away. It's quite hard to get him stuck. only happens occasionally. So right now he's attacking me as well, even though I have 0 HP. I have to figure out what we want to do with death. Alright, is he stuck now? Might be stuck now. That's good. So now we can just check what's happening. Yes, he's in this situation now. But at least he is not constantly replaying the 2 idle alert animation now. Oh, we did there, look. Okay, that's because he's actually changing state, isn't he? That didn't fix the problem, unfortunately. He's going to none and then he's going to hostile level 0. Funky Lime, hey. Oh, thanks. Hope you're doing alright. Yeah, it's coming along. It's a slight situation, slight bug where he keeps replaying this animation over and over again sometimes. But yeah, he does his animations. Just put in HP. So you can lose HP when you get attacked. You can dodge attacks. Combat's fairly easy. I kind of think I want it fairly easy because it's meant to be a casual game, really. So I was thinking about implementing, when he bites you, actually a poison. There, I'm dead now. So I haven't actually figured out what I'm going to do when the character's dead. Got no HP left. But yeah, I think I might. So you're only going to get into combat when so it's a sci-fi game on a space station, but you are going to go to planets. So you're only going to get into combat with creatures on planets. So I was thinking maybe when you die, you just go back to the medical bay on the base of the planet, because each planet will have a little base, and you go out from the base to gather resources. So it'll just send you back to the medical bay if you die. That's probably the best way to handle that. But I was going to try and work with this attribute system that I've just built to put to do the poison attack, maybe. So if he bites you, if I stand close, he'll bite me there, and that could poison me. And that one's just a bit more of a massive, heavy attack. So yeah, poison, how would you handle that? So I'll put in this thing where you can modify. So the source is who is attacking. So we probably want to do the source first, because you could apply a poison, but then the dest, so who is being hit, might be immune to poison. So they could actually knock the poison off there. So this is like a status effect. So we could do this in the combat stats controller. So we won't specifically say it's a combat status effect because you could probably do status effects anytime. So we'll put it in the attribute controller, right? We will have enum class e attribute status effect. We'll put it in a save file just in case we want to persist status effects over saves. Unknown, and then like poison. So that's just what the status effect is called. Obviously, we need to really say how each creature delivers its status effect. Enum class, what do you call it? E status effect. I'm going to call it E status effect type. Over time. And then we want to basically, for each, we want to define for each NPC like what the poison is, because some might be like, I don't know, poison and it just poisons you to death. Some might be a poison over time. So say once and over time. So you can imagine one creature has a poison that hits once and there's some animation of them being poisoned, but then it's gone after that. Or you can heal or whatever. This could be a poison over time, so it repeatedly knocks HP off over intervals of time. Something like that. What I might do is just build this out again in the actual do we need combat stats controller properly now? I think we do. So we'll put that up there. So we want like struct status effect prefab. E status effect type. VM Read 1337. Hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Got any questions? No problem. Just ask them. Just working on combat and particularly like the idea of status effects right now. Just kind of work our design. Yeah, status effects. So I'll build it and show you. So we've been working on combat for a couple of weeks got to the point where the enemy can hit the player and the player can lose HP. Now I'm thinking about different types of attacks. So, oh, thanks for the follow, VMRead1337. Thanks for the follow. Yes, different types of attacks. So not just hitting you, but like poisoning you right now. But trying to, because I'm building out the combat system from scratch, trying to think of an interesting system where if I put new enemies into the game later, they can use the existing system to define what a poison status effect is for them. So the little prototype I've got set up now is this is the enemy, the Spidean, and you can make him angry and he'll attack you, knock off HP. But he's got a couple of attacks. He's got that one which is like a heavy attack. But if you go really close to him, he'll bite you like that. And I was thinking the bite could be like a poison, and then poison would knock HP off the HP off the hero over time. He's got this long attack. Eventually there'll be a projectile that flies out of there, but I haven't put that in yet. And also he can't die yet, so I got to work on that. What happens when you die? Unreal Engine. No, I'm a custom engine this. Yeah, it's my own. So this is the editor. So this is what's running the combat. This is a behavior tree that's running the combat for the Spidean creature. So you can see he's taking different paths to do things. So now he's finding cover. So he's going to go and find cover somewhere. So yeah, like the idea behind building the combats, I just built this behavior system, you see. So I was going to build out combat with the behavior system that I just built to really kind of test it out. I'm kind of past that now, so I'm thinking about combat itself in general. Is this OSS? What do you mean by OSS? I'll let you know. VMRead, thanks. Open software. Oh, open source. Oh, I see. No, it's not open source. Not at the moment, anyway. Just my little project, really. But yeah, so like on this channel, I'm building an engine, really. And I'm building a game at the same time to kind of test the engine, I suppose. So yeah, I'm building like a sci-fi gardening game. So you're on a space station, and massive space station with many thousands of people living on it. And then you're the gardener, basically. But you can go down to planets to get resources. So you might want to get like discover new types of plant. So the combat's going to come in there. So if you go down to a planet and you go out, there might be animals there that'll fight you. But mostly it's going to be a casual game, I think. Cheers. So this is kind of the last. So I've been prototyping since end of January. This is kind of the last little bit of gameplay, doing the combat and everything. And then move on to actually move off prototypes to moving on to building the actual game. So I've got like crafting, so you can like craft things. So it's all prototype, so this UI is not real UI. Well, it really works, but it's not how it's going to be in the game. And this is like your inventory. You can craft, and you can unlock these blueprints by like downloading data from outer space, from other civilizations. And like, so this is the map. So I've got like a combat room, a crafting room. The downloader room is like prototypes data downloading. The data room, I can't remember what that does actually. It's to do with crafting again. shops, a chest. These green dots, you can fast travel to these rooms. So they're only simple rooms, but it's just to like prototype. So like that would be a chest. So you could like take off 3 pumpkin seeds from the chest. And then this is the room that prototypes the planting mechanic. So Sven, so you plant using like robots. So this green square will eventually be a robot. And he's like a planting droid. And he has tools that he uses to plant. So the ground shock master is a tool that he can use to like prepare the ground. So he like shoots a lightning bolt into the ground. And then you can like plant a pumpkin seed. And then you can fertilize it. And Sven can also, so you can take him down to the planet with you, and you can like mine for resources. So this prototypes that as well, so you can like break rocks apart and get like iron ore, and you can use that in crafting. And then there's also this room which does quests and stuff. So you can do quests. The quests is only it's only a simple quest that makes you go from A to B. Cutscenes. So it's like the kind of prototyping phase is nearly finished. There's loads of gameplay. This is a monorail. Oops. So you can like have to wait for one to come. So you can catch them. This is another method of fast travel. So you can like fast travel, or you can just board the monorail. You can fast travel to other monorail stations on the space station. So, and the NPC can use it. Jenny, the NPC, used it as well there. So yeah, there's loads of gameplay now. It's good. Yeah, and there's like shops and stuff. And then I've got to do one more thing after combat, which is progression. So how do you get the technology, you know, like to be able to plant the seeds or upgrade your robots. And then after that's done, I'll be moving on to actually making the game properly. Okay. So how do we want to do what poison is? Do we want it to define it per NPC? What poison does? Or do we just want to define it in terms of an enum? Like poison once, poison over time. That might be the easiest thing to do. So basically you could apply a status effect to a character, and it doesn't really matter who gave you the status effect in terms of what it does. The amount of damage it does probably will depend on who gave it to you and who is receiving the status effect. So we'll just get rid of that for a second. So we could even not do that. We could say like status effect poison. have like void on enter, void on tick, void on leave, and then we can have so we could do something like, because I probably do want to list what status effects are on people. As well. So we can have unknown poison. And then we could do something like this. So that's poison. Then we can just list, because we might want to be like, have a list of what status effects are on NPCs. And then we could just list all the status effects in here. So we could do struct status effect instance. Instance ID. Just make a new ID for it. Then we could have U64 owner ID, U64 giver ID. So that's who gave you the effect. And E status effect type. And then these could just receive instances like that. So these just tick what the status effect does. And this is status effect poison, so always do the same thing. If you did want a poison that immediately killed the player, we'd make a new one. Could do that. And then on the attribute controller, we could have an array of status effect instances, basically. Or one for each. I don't think you could have the status effect on more than once. So we could do, it's basically what I'm talking about. We could have this. And then we could just have an enum array of status effect instance. One for each status effect. Just vibe code it. Yeah. I'm making it up as I go along, you know. It's the bit that I enjoy most about it, though. This is what I mean about building out the system in general. Once this system is built, if I get a new NPC and I want it to be able to apply new status effects should just be able to use this system. Or receive status effects. So we need to know basically whether it's active or not as well. So I suppose it could be active if it has an owner ID. So you could do some like standard optional 64 owner ID. Ideally, I would like it to be naught to say that there's no owner. I made a bad call in the NPCs. Oh, I've put a note there. Hero is 0, so I can't use 0 anywhere for NPC, for like entity ID, meaning no entity, because it means hero, which was bad. Should be 1, but I don't want to change it yet because there's so much stuff in the game. It says the hero just refers to it as 0. When it actually starts, I want to get out of the prototyping phase. I'll swap it when I start the game properly, because I'll be like getting rid of all of the prototype levels then. Init, fun one. I'm doing well. How are you doing? If you got any questions, just ask, no problem. Hope you're alright. Yeah, I'm just making it up as I go along at the moment. Init fun. It is fun, yeah. Yeah. So this, it has the status effect if it has the owner ID. So now if we just go here, if we just build and put a breakpoint there, and we'll just see it. It should have, so each attribute controller should have one instance of each status effect. But the owner ID should be set to null because they're not applied yet. So I'm working init fun. I'm just working on a poison effect for combat, or the first status effect, which is going to be poison. So I'm building out combat, you see, and we've got to the point where the enemy can hit the player, a couple of different attacks, and I want one of the attack to poison the player, just so I can build out the system of status effects in general. Don't have to apply in combat. Status effects could apply anywhere, using combat as an example. So this now, it's not built. It's not built. It's not there. Should be a status effects there. All right, let's just rebuild it. Only take a minute. And then I suppose we need to figure out how the Spardian can give the player poison per attack, but on an attack basis, different attacks. So like one attack will give poison, one attack won't give poison. One type of attack. And we probably do that in the combat stats controller that we've just built, where we can actually have a status per attack. We'll do a similar thing to what we've done here with the attack level. We'll have status, combat attack level, then we've got the attribute, which is a combat stat, and then we'll have status as well here. What status effect it can give, maybe. So if we look at this now, you can see you've got two status effects, unknown and poison. So these are instances. Null ops, meaning that they are not applied. And then the combat stat. So we want like enum class e status effect as well. We need struct combat status effect, which is e status effect type. And anything else that we want to put in there to do with the status effect, which we don't know yet. Put an instance in. We're just going to say what type it is. And then so we'll have a enum array of combat status effect, e status effect, status effects. Then we want we kind of do actually we want to know whether it's enabled or not. I think. So we're going to do bool operator. Just leave it as a bool for now. Eventually we might put more stuff in here. So return status effects, status effect enabled, and we'll move that down there like that. Then we want void enable e status effect. Which is just status effects, status effect dot enabled equals true. Okay, let's see if that builds. So that means in the combat stats, we can say status effects, what is it? Data, EMP-CID, Spidean. Can say, so attack level 0 for Spidean is the byte. Enable e status effect poison. Spidian attack HP. And that's Spidian attack status effects. So then we could just, if we wanted to give Spidian the ability to give another status effect, we could put it here. So we're going to enable the poison status effect on attack level 0 for Spidian. Let's see if that builds. Seems good. So poison has to obviously last for a certain amount of time. Should that be dictated per NPC type, or just the status effect is like between 5 and 10 seconds? It probably should be per NPC type, I would say. Which means it needs to go in here, not there. In here somewhere. So the attribute controller. So we could do something like struct status effect poison prefab or something, which has like a min-max float duration. And as a type, maybe we do this actually in the attribute controller. We can have a list of prefabs. You can say between 5 and 10 seconds as like a default value. We could have a list of prefabs. So I'm thinking the it would be nice for the Spidean character to be able to override the prefab, their particular prefab. Kind of makes sense to have it here. Don't know really. Like we could just put duration here. But that would apply to all of the status effects. Some status effects, well, they probably all need a duration, but there might be some poison particular things. Yeah, I'm going to have a 2-minute break and make a coffee and I'll think about it. Back in 2 minutes. Right. I think what the actual API I want in combat stats, right, is like status, effect, poison, with some constructor. That kind of thing. So we can put a minimum and maximum, that it, you know, anything we want basically. Poisoner. Status effect poisoner. Poison prefab. Which would mean we could put it in here. Give myself something like min max float duration. Doing. And then we could have a constructor which is just like float min t, float max t, which would just be min max or duration min t max t, essentially. Like that. And I have a type at the top, say it's poison. But it's a poison prefab, meaning we can do multiple different ones. And then we'll have status effect prefabs. Status effect poison prefab. Like that. And then the combat stats controller here we'll just have some hybrid storage in it. Maybe. And then this enable will be template, right? So it'd be template class status effect prefab. And this would be const status effect prefab. Like that. And it would be status effects so we need to know we need to get, so this actually does need to include the attribute controller. Fortunately, get rid of them. So we need to get the prefab. So we need to go requires no, actually, maybe we don't need to include the attribute control. I don't want to. I just don't want to slow the compiler down. But we could say like prefab type, and we could just say it has to have type at the beginning, which it will. Dot data equals prefab. Now then, does that build at all? So we've got this is the API now. No. Okay, so this is data dot is set now. That enable's gone. And maybe this shouldn't be called enable anymore. It should be called add status effect or reduce status effect. Let's just check that is. So now that's produce status effect poison prefab. And we could in there have a minimum maximum T, so we could say like 20 to 30 seconds. Like that. So the Spidean attack level law produces status effect for 20 to 30 seconds. And then we also probably want the chance as well. So the float min T max T, and then we'll do float probability 0 to 1. So now we can say in the combat stat, we can say for 20 to 30 seconds, probability 0 to 1. Well, let's not make it a float. Let's make it signed probability 0 to 100. Percent chance would be the bear. That means now we can just say that there's like a 50% chance that it will do poison for 20 or 30 seconds on the level 0 attack. Might decorate them as well. So we might do something like define time x to just be x, or t to just be t. Define chance to just be c. So it's a chance, time, time range, T0, T1, T0, T1. That could be a time range. Maybe. Just leave these definitions in this file for now. Okay, it's not building. Doesn't want to build. So we say the spider unit attack level 0, reduce a status effect poison, chance 50%, time range 20 to 30 seconds. 20 to 30 seconds. Probably won't do that. We'll probably just do between 5 and 7 seconds for now, so we can test it. Okay. Alright then, let's have a look and see what the combat stats controller looks like. It's not even built, it's not building it for some reason. Right. So if this works now, the combat stats controller should have in it that the Spider on attack level 0 can produce poison 50% of the time for 5 to 7 seconds, I think it said. Just means that when I have more NPCs, I can define what status effects they produce in combat and stuff fairly easily. Right, a bunch of build errors. So now we need to apply, we need in here somewhere, we need to actually apply the status effects. So that's buffs to the hit, to the type. Probably need to apply status effect. So buffs can buff up or down the HP or any attribute that's given to it in theory eventually. Okay. Hopefully we can... That breakpoint will fire now. There we go. So, let's have a look for Spideon. Attack level 0. Status effects. Poison. It's got the poison free prefab in, which is const. Const is probably fine. Probably don't want, maybe not const though. Maybe not const. Probably needs to be a right hand side. Truly. Try that. I just want to get them back out again. I don't have to be. Well, I want to be worrying about const and stuff. Spideon. For attack level 0, 2 status effects. The poison prefab. There we go. Poison, a minimum 5 to 7 seconds. Maximum 5 to 7 seconds of duration. Percent chance. So that's the percent chance that the poison hits, or the base anyway. 50% of the time. Alright. So we've got this thing called combat status effect. I'm going to rename this to status effect. Prefab storage. All right. So basically now in the attribute controller, if you wanted to add a new status effect in, like region, which is a positive one, which regenerates HP over time. This is going to be the actual where it's handled. Like this. So we need a prefab and the actual effect itself. Region. basically that. So I just add one in like that. Put region there. It's regen. So this is the ticking. And this is the prefab. So this is where we can decide how it's going to be applied. So I wonder if we could combine these together. And then in combat stats, if you wanted to add region onto like the level 1 attack, status effect region prefab like that. That means level 1 attacks would produce region 50% of the time for 5 to 7 seconds. That needs to be implemented. Not region, regen. Typed region so many times. Oh, I keep typing it. So this has us separating out like, oops, the prefabs from the effects themselves. Probably don't need to do that. You know. Could probably just put that in here. And in there like that. And get rid of the prefabs. It's quite a nice design now. And this is just status. Don't need the prefab anymore. So produce status effect poison. The only downside with that is when we actually apply the status effect to the character, no, we're just passing it in, aren't we? No, that's a really good design, actually. So it's the actual NPC itself which holds the status effect. And then the attribute controller just uses it, just passes in the instances. All right. So this is where they would get handled for both regen and poison. Okay, so how do we actually apply the status effect? Now, so we could have on enter return a boolean, which basically means it could test there whether it is entered or not. Or I could say bool is valid. Status effect instance. Can be applied. Maybe we go for that. Or we should have bool on enter. I think we'll do a can be applied. Natural explicit can be applied. And if that's not defined, it can always be applied. I think regen could always work. Regen. I'm going to take out regen because I just want to work on one at a time. Okay. So can be applied to this instance. Or should apply. So that's basically for this poison one. So we've got a chance. A percent chance. Return VM dynamic random. 32. Well, between 1 and 100 greater than chance. Less than the chance. Less than or equal to chance. Percent chance. I think. So we're going to say should apply if percent chance is less than or equal to a random number between. So if it's a 60% chance, it has to be. If it's a 0% chance, it will never work. Because that will always be bigger. If it's a 60% chance, 60% of the time, it will work. It will apply on enter. But we also need well, we'll leave that for now. Put breakpoints here. Here. in here. So what we want is void apply status effects U64 source entity ID U64 dest entity ID. So probably just do it here. All right. So we'll just get the dest stats controller, right? And say that's dest stats. If dest stats need to get it for the current attack level. No, it's the source. The source is who is applying the status effect. So the source comps are only both of them. We want to go auto attack level equals source stats combat attack level. Has the status effects on it. So I can probably loop through all of the status effects now. So for auto For each type, so we want static, we want status effects, reference, get status effects, status effects, G status effects. So where was I there? For each status effect, you want to go if attack level what is it? Is it source stats? So it's just if that basically. Need a default constructor. So who are we applying the status effects to? The source entity. No, the dest. The dest attribute controller. So we might only need to pass in the source entity ID there. So who is applying it? Okay. Oof. Definitely gonna need to rebuild, I think. So basically what we're going here is we're getting, so we've got the who is applying the status effect. The attribute controller is owned by whoever is owned by the receiver of the status effect. This is who's going to give it the status effect. So we get its stats and its combat controller. So for the current attack level, we're going to see which status effects apply. And we'll apply them. Okay, let's see then. Going on there. There we go. He's going to come along. And he bites me there. So this does have a status effect on it. Attack level 0. Status effect. Poison. So this attack level effect type, poison. So here we go. Poison can be applied. So we're going to say if effect should apply. So we actually need to get the status effects. Effect type. Whoops. It's not const. So this is where we test now if we can apply this status effect. So we'll do the actual the random number between 1 and 100. Eventually I just want to end up with a system where we don't have to touch this. All we do is just write these status effects. So if we want a new one, we just write it and that's it. We could just write whether they apply, should apply or not. What happens on enter, what happens on untick, what happens on leave. That's basically it. So that's why this is a bit complicated, because it has to be as generic as possible, even when we add new types. All right. Okay, so should apply. Here we go. Dynamic random. So we've got our instance. So this is the current instance. So if it should apply, I don't know if it will because it's random. It shouldn't apply that time. Let's find one that will apply eventually. So if he bites again, that doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. That doesn't apply. None of them are applying. Percent chance. Oh, we've got 0% chance. Okay, that's why. Oh, right. So the effect, I think it's this. Attack level. Status effect. We need to unwrap it there. So it would be for each type. So I think it's just using T equals standard decay T decal type effect. It's effect. Ooh. Let's just go back. Need the debugger for this. It's quite complicated. Think about. So we've got our status effects. Oops. So we've got this effect. So the data is, we've got the data there that we want to test, but it's in storage. Type poison. So we want to get the type. Yeah, this just holds the instances, doesn't it? It doesn't actually hold the type. So we need to actually get the type out. So we need to go for each type, status effects. If x.type is equal to effect type, or we could just say using T equals standard decay T decal type of X auto effect data equals effect storage try unwrap T. Breakpoint there and see. Call it So we need to go through. No, what is a prefab storage? It's called data. That's why. Okay, so let's see if we get the thing we need. Try and get a bite. There we go. Effect data. That's the thing we need to test now. So that's where we're running the effect. So we need to go if effect data should apply, and the instance is just effect. Let's try that. What is effect? Oh, that's the storage. We want the instance now. So that's status effects. Effect.type, which is the instance. Okay, that works. So I might rename this status effect instances, because we're getting a lot of status effect things called status effect. This is status effects. Oh. This is status effects though. Renamed the other one as well. There we go. That's okay. A little bit more complicated than I was wanting, but it's fine because this just gets written once and left. Should apply to all status effects after this. Just work with all status effects. Not built. It's not built for some reason. Doesn't want to build it again. What is going on here? So this effect, this should apply is we're going to write a should apply for every single status effect. And if it should apply, we need to apply it then. So we need to actually basically set the instance. Have the instance owner ID and giver ID. And just set that. And then once we've set the instances, we'll go through on the tick and we'll just tick at every frame. All right, just gonna head off for 2 minutes. I'll be back shortly. Okay. So hopefully now the effect data should be the proper effect data. We should be applying it to the proper instance. There we go. All right. So percent chance is 50. This is the instance. So let's see if any get applied. So I wouldn't have applied it that time. All that time. All that time. All that time. There we go. It applied a status effect that time. Well, it said it should apply. Okay, so if it should apply, what does that mean? So we're going to cache out the instance. We're going to go. If it should apply, so we're in a situation now where we could have poison already on the player from a different NPC. So instance, so the giver ID could be not 0. So I want to make that standard optional as well. I know 0 is standard, is false really, but the giver ID could not, sometimes could be set. In which case we need to call on leave for the status effect on the different NPC. Right. So this function will get a lot bigger doing that. Might have to call that to a different function. We'll do it here for now. So if instance, so that means poison's been given to the player by another character. We're about to apply the one from this character, from the current NPC that's attacking us. We need to call on leave. So we need to find so something like we need to get combat stats controller dot get for instance giver ID. That's giver stats. If it's giver stats, we need to do giver stats. It might have been from a different attack level as well. So we might have to store the old attack level. So we need to be E combat attack level. Attack. So let's give us stats. Instance. Attack. That's like that. It's going to be a big, end up being a big, because we have to go through the storage as well. what we might do is we might have another one called leave current effect. Leave current status effect, and then that would be status effect instance. Status event, status effect. I think we're going to have to do that. So this, we're just going to go leave current status effect instance. If there is one, so if not instance dot giver ID return. So if there isn't one, no return. If there is one, we need to get the stats for this giver ID, and then we need to go if not source stats return. There is a source stats. We need to go auto prefab effect is equal to source stats instance attack instance type. But that gives a boolean. It doesn't actually give so we need status effects instance.type. And that gives the effect storage. So it might actually not be an attack that gives this status effect though. That's the only problem. Status effect could be given from anything. Okay, well, we'll just here's the thing, might even be able to take a reference to it. Because it's permanent in memory. we might be able to do something like octref prefab storage like that. Might even be able to do that. So I don't think they move. So status effect prefab. So what we could essentially say is if instance prefab on leave instance that would be much easier. This is instance.prefab data. Because this combat controller stuff, I don't think it ever gets moved. Or ever will. Because we're literally just making them here at the beginning of the game. So at leave current effect, leave current status effect. And then we're just going to go instance.giverID.reset. Instance ownerID.reset. Instance prefab reset. And then we want void enter status effect. Instance so this effect instance could be anything really. The effect data, sorry. So I don't think we can have an enter, unfortunately. Why did we just define that? So we have to do effect data on enter instance. But first we need to go instance dot owner ID equals the dest entity ID, which is just the ID. This get ID. Instance dot giver ID is the source entity ID. Instance prefab is the effect. And then we call on enter like that. And that will just assign an effect prefab to an instance. And this effect should never move, so we can just assign it as a pointer. And that makes the tick a lot easier because you have to go through each instances. And if the prefab is set, we just tick it. Alright. Didn't get applied there. Or there. There we go. So we leave it. We don't have a prefab. This, yeah, 5. So it's the Spidean giving it the effect. It's the poison effect, and we call on enter. Poison effect on enter with this instance, and that's it. So we'll do this, and then what I'm going to do is set the combat stats. I'm going to say this happens 100% of the time, so it always applies. All right, so we've applied it, and we're going to see if it calls leave. So we've already got poison on us. So the instance type poison, it's got a prefab on it. So this needs to leave. Call the leave. It calls leave on poison because we're leaving this one. And we're assigning a new one. Awesome. Brill. Right then, so now we just need to tick the attribute controller, which we do. So we're just going to go for auto status effect instance in status effects. We call it status effect instances. If instance prefab instance.prefab tick instance like that. Oh, it's the storage. Can't tick the storage. So we got to do this again. That's it. What is it? Data is not a member, so it's prefab pointer. Yeah. Status effect poison has no on-tick like that. Okay. So I think we should be able to tick effects now. Applied status effects. That just goes no. And then as soon as we get a prefab set now, so if we just get a byte. So we call on enter, then on tick. And we're just going to tick now forever. So it's up to the status effect itself, I would say. To actually call leave. So to do that, it has to do, so we do instance.leave or something. End effect, something like that. So void end effect. What this does is it goes if prefab and owner ID if auto attribute controller AC equals get game state get attribute controller for the owner ID. So the owner of this effect AC leave current effect this. So now we can just call end effect if we want, and that will end it. So it's up to the actual effects themselves to signal the end. It's private. It needs to be public. Okay. So we'll get this effect and we'll immediately end it. And we'll just check it calls on leave. So we'll leave that there actually. And that's the whole system. So we can assign status effects to any entity for any attack. We can make new status effects. We can enter them, exit them, tick them, over, like, reassign. Just do a bit of tidying up because I don't want necessarily always have to write this should apply and stuff. Some status effects probably will always apply. Get a bite. There we go. So a tick calls on end, and then that calls on leave. There we go. There you go. We can apply status effects now. Brilliant. So what I might do is write some concepts for these. We shouldn't always need them. Just checking what we've done after the build. Okay. So I usually put concepts at the top. So template class T concept. Status effect as should apply. TT, what does it need? Just the instance, I think. Yeah. So the status effect instance. And it should be T should apply instance. Probably one for all of them. On enter, on leave, on tick. On tick. On leave. And now we just need to check these. If constexpr status effect has on tick, do it. That just means we don't necessarily have to write an on tick for a status effect now. Okay. So we're going to say bool should apply equals true. I'm going to say if constexpr status effect has should apply equals effect data should apply instance. And then this is should apply. This is if constexpr status effect has on enter. And this is if constexpr status effect has on leave. Do that. All right, that's basically it. That's the full effect system now. Do we apply? We just say apply status effects with the source entity ID to get that to work. So that could literally. It doesn't have to happen in combat. Although this is for combat, so I think we should call this apply combat status effects. But the system we've written now, we can apply status effects whenever. This is in attack, so it's okay. We could easily just do a little bit more work, and if we just wanted to apply a status effect that's we're not in combat, then we can do it. Okay, so let's just make poison do something. Now that we've got it. So the poison effect, it has a T like this, and then on enter, so just set T equal to 0. We need to just say if T, then we want T max as well. T max. And then we're just going to go T max is equal to duration dot random. I'm going to say if T is greater than or equal to T max. Well, no, we don't need T max. We'll just have T. And we'll just set T equal to the duration random. I'm going to say if T is equal to 0, end effect. End effect, return. So we're going to do T equals BM, not neg, T minus DT2. DT2. So DT2 means current delta, but it's 0 if the game's paused. I think actually we probably want it this way around. Otherwise, we're going to go say or instance dot owner ID empty. What's it? Not the instance owner ID has value. So we're going to go. So what will we do? Probably just display that you're being poisoned for now. So get game state dot get icon target in world instance dot owner ID. And then get game HUD draw label in world P poisoned So he'll just be poisoned for a bit. Okay. So just temporarily include that. Mode. And then we'll write the region one, just see how easy it is to actually adding a new status effect type. Should be very easy now. Let's see. Poisoned. Should go off eventually. There we go, he's not poisoned anymore. Alright, so we can actually put in, what we'll do is we'll do T like that, and then that'll just say how long it's poisoned for. That not work? Where is that? Position string args. Yeah, that should work. Why doesn't that work? Position string view args. Oh, it's because that string view is a left hand side for some reason. For some reason I've done that. Not sure why. The rest of them had const. Well, this might not work, we'll see. And then yeah, I'll put in the regen status effect. We'll just see how easy it is. Now that we've built this system out. It's a lot of decimal places. How do you do that? Give it to 2 decimal places. So either that or it's gonna crash now. Not quite that. Need an F. There we go. That's just a little bit of debug info there. Okay. So we don't even need on leave, really. So we can remove that now. So if we wanted to do regen, we'd put one in there, and then we'd make a regen version. Just rearranging some stuff here. So we would basically make a regen one. Like that. We'll customize it a bit. So we'll say that regen always applies. Like this. Then we need these three to be implemented. So this is just duration, min max, float, min t, max t. And then on enter, which is t equals duration dot random. And we'll just basically make it the same. Except it's just going to say regen. Like that. And then all we have to do to attach the status effect is to go data. So say for the Spidean, e-combat attack level 1, which is a medium attack, produce status effect. Status effect regen, time range 10 to 15. And that's it. So in theory, if that system works, that's all we do. We just define the effect, we assign the effect, and then it works. So regen will always work, it'll always apply, and it'll apply for 10 to 15 seconds. And then we'll experiment with putting 2 status effects on the same attack as well. So an attack can have more than 1 status effect. So the medium attack now, which is where he comes down with his claw, or his, whatever it is, his spike, should put regen on the character. There we go, regen. He's got regen now. And it's got regen and poison now. Oh, it crashed. So this must have done an end. So it got in here. And then this reset the prefab, but that should be fine. That's interesting. Basically, that was like a... It says it's fine, it says it has one, and then it doesn't have one. When it gets to here, it doesn't have a prefab. Let's try and reproduce that, because I'm not sure what's going on there. Poison reef region on together. Yeah, it is reproducible, look. So I'm gathering is when one of them ends. That's what I reckon. Probably when the poison ends, because so we call end effect, leave current effect, return. Ooh. Okay, yeah. We do have to check, because this is going to try and get the data out of the prefab, even if it's ended. So we need to check again there. Okay, that should avoid that now. There might be just check there's not another position where we're doing this. No, I don't think so. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we get rid of this. We don't have this crash. So calling end. There we go. And regen can end for a bit. Regen. Okay, that's great then. So because they're over the top of each other there, I'm just going to do little offset on regen for now, because these are not really applying the status effects yet. They're just little debug outputs. And we'll put in one more. We'll put in like petrify or something. Do I want to see if it starts regen again? It does. That's also what I want. Okay, so let's make a third one called petrify. However you spell petrify. So we've got one called petrify. We'll do it exactly the same as poison with a random. Petrify. So we'll just copy the poison stuff. We'll just -2, and we'll call that petrify. And then to assign it to it, so what I want to do with this one is assign poison and petrify on the same attack. See if that works. So on the combat stats, look at that build. So on level 0, I want a petrify. On attack 0, which is the bite effect. The bite attack. I want poison and petrify. Oh. So this is to do with it not compiling properly for some reason. Oh, I just cleaned it. Hopefully that's not going to cause a massive build. I think it's okay, it's just a normal build. Alright, give the music a rest for a bit. Alright then. That's good. If this works, then awesome. That's kind of the system done. at least for setting up status effects. Now we just have to author what status effects. Obviously, like each status effect's going to do a different thing. So we've got to author. We'll probably author the region one. We could say the region one increases HP over time. Poison one decreases it. Petrify sets stamina to 0 for a bit or something like that. Because Petrify is like turning to stone, so I imagine a good way to test that would be to set stamina to 0, which means you can't do any attacks. Mind you, we don't actually have an attack for the hero. Maybe we could get the hero to give Petrify the... Well, we'll see. Petrify the enemy. So what we're looking for here is on the bite to get both Petrify, oh look at that, Petrify and Poison. And then region on the bigger, on the... Cool, so the guy can have status effects now. Brilliant. Alright, 2-minute break. And then we will implement actually what Poison does. That'll be interesting. We'll make the HP decrease over time. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Good progress today. Fresh cup of massive cup of coffee. So let's author what Poison does. So I'll just turn these off for now. Really only interested in Poison. So Poison on tick. How does this want to work then? could just say like every half a second deduct 2 HP. Could do that, couldn't we? So the poison and then we'll say T poison 0.5 and then we'll just go T poison equals BM not neg T minus DT2. And we'll just say if T poison is equal to 0, T poison equals a half, and then we'll reduce the HP by 5 or something, which is going to get the dest attribute controller and change the HP by -5. Instance.owner ID value or 0. AO6 Death, hey, how's it going? Hope you're alright. Just finishing up a little bit on status effects for combat at the moment. AC, this AC. What was it? Change attribute value. HP by -5. Great. I'm doing fine, thank you. Yeah, great. The system's coming together well now. Been working on it all day. So I'm just working on poison. Well, I'm working on the system, the status system as a whole, but I'm just actually implementing now that what poison might do. So it's just going to deduct 5 HP off the hero character every half a second. And we'll see if that works. Building the game at the moment. Yeah, if you've got any questions, just ask away, no problem, on the game or coding or anything. Game engine. Alright. So in theory now, when we get bitten by this thing, we get poisoned and it will do some actual damage. It's hard to see. Don't think it's doing damage. Because we're just doing the wrong thing there. Invossi, hey, how's it going? Kind of curious about the whole project. Yeah, so built my own engine. I'm currently building my own engine. Making a game with it as well to test the engine, to like stress out the engine. And it's like a sci-fi gardening game. So you're going to be able to, like, you're on a space station. There we go, he's getting poisons working. So you're on a space station. It's a massive space station, and you're responsible for all the gardens. And you do quests. And you occasionally go down to like the surface of planets, and there are little monsters on there or creatures, and you get to fight them and stuff. Embossy, sorry, I didn't watch it. I forgot. I will. I've made a note. I will do it. I will do it. It was my girl's sports day yesterday, so we were preparing for that kind of. I just kind of lost track. So this combat's driven by. This is the editor for the engine now. And I've made this combat tree, which just basically you can assign to entities and they'll attack the player using this tree. So you can see it firing, doing things. But yeah, I've just implemented poison. So the idea is if you get bitten now, you get poisoned, and you can see it's reducing its HP. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so in Vossi, this dude now can give status effects. Built out a status effect system this morning. So if he bites you, he poisons you now. Which means he's going to knock HP off over time. No, I'm dead. But I've built out the whole system. So you have this thing called combat stats now. And you can set like the Spidey's attack level 0, which is the bite. Produce status effect poison. Or petrify. Or regen. Or whatever you want. So attack level 0 and attack level 0 there mean that he'll poison you and he'll petrify you on the same attack. Then you can assign chances from like probabilities there. So if I do like 50-50, so regen is on the attack level 1, which is where the claw comes down, and these two are on the bite. So it'll be a 50% chance of poison and a 50% chance of petrify, but you might get both as well. So if I get him to bite me, so you got both there. And then if he hits me with his claw, I get regen. So I'm dead already. So his combat's getting quite difficult. So if I do that now, you got both again. But sometimes you might only get 1 or 0. I think. He's getting both all the time. I mean, it's like 50% chance. I'll put it down to a very low chance. Let's put it down to like a 5% chance. Any reason why Spidey isn't in its own class? There are classes which represent Spidey only stuff. I don't have like a big monolithic class for him though. So we have rig types. So he's there. So that's rig specific data. That's not the default data for his animated rig. Then I have entity state types. So this was going to be for this sets up the entity kind of. This would be the Spidey specific class if there was one, I suppose. But it doesn't really do anything. It just creates his controllers at the moment. But you can have an on tick, and then you could tick him through the game. If you wanted to store some game state in there or something, this you could do it here just for the Spidean. But I wanted to do it so I built out the systems, and then all of the entities would kind of just inherit from those systems with just one call. So if you want to make this work with combat, you'd just create a combat controller and that's it, and he would work with combat rather than define the combat in the Spidean class. Oh no. Yeah, it's awful, isn't it? Yeah, I used to play the drums, and that happens with drums because you're beating your hands up all the time. I remember, I don't really play them so much anymore. I did when I was younger, and you get like infected hands sometimes. Oh, it's awful. Yeah, it slows your typing down a lot. Okay, so this chance thing's not working. Because he's always getting it, even though there's only 5% chance. I wonder why. It's not even going through there. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I know why. Because the concept is wrong. This actually returns a Boolean. There we go. Yes, I tend to use concepts to like cull out areas of code. But you have to make sure the concepts are actually right before you do that, or you'll cull out areas of code you didn't want to get culled out. Okay. So there's only a 1 in 20 chance now that he's going to get region, and a 1 in 20 chance that he's going to get poisoned. Which is not very high. There we go. Oh no, I got region. He's always going to get a region. It's poison or petrify. Yeah, I use concepts for two things really. To cull areas out of code, so you can tell the compilers not to look. It's a bit like doing if-def, but you get to probe into the code itself to see if you want the define. And I use it to force code paths sometimes. I pick certain templates. All right, okay. Oh, nice one. Yeah, cool. Yeah, he's a good programmer, isn't he? So yeah, he's never going to get, well, there's a 1 in 20 chance. So let's just put it back to 50-50 now. So there's a 1 in 2 chance. Yeah, that's right. It can make it, especially C++. This system that I've built is quite hard to read, unfortunately. This status system. But I've designed it in a way that you don't have to know how it works. So if I want to add a new status, so this is the apply combat status effects. It's only like that, really, which is a bit hard to read and leave current status effect. But the idea is now if you want to make a new status, you put a new entry in the enum and you create the status effect. And that's all you've got to do. And then you can just start assigning it to things. You don't have to worry about putting it in the system. It just automatically works. Yeah, it can fight readability. I think C++ in general fights readability. Like, these are really hard to read, I think. Well, these two in particular. Well, that one's not so bad. You do get used to it, I think. What it's bad at is it puts off new programmers because they just look at it and they go, oh my god. Or it puts off programmers who are switching from a different language. You do get used to it. Yeah. It does allow you to optimize. And it allows you to optimize the amount of code you write as well. You know what I mean? You can do a lot more with fewer lines. At the expense of readability. Constival. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I use Constival in some things. Not much though. The hashing. That just picks a number at compile time, that. Compile time hashing of strings. Constival just guarantee that it happens at compile time. Hash code of signature. Hash code of function signature, yeah. At compile time, that's very useful. Because I can hash a type like hash code standard vector int or something. I'll give a unique code for that. It's just as a U64. It's quite nice. Yeah, I don't know if I think almost all of the standard template library is const exp now. Almost all of it. So probably unit pointers are and stuff. Some things are standard sign and cause. They are going to be, I think. They aren't yet. I think they're going to be from 2026. So I did actually write my own const exp versions of cos and sign using powers and factorials. It just means if you do like sign of a literal, like BM sign of pi, that's compile time evaluated. Let's compile, yeah. That'll just give me a number rather than having to work it out. So we'll just do the region as well. We'll implement region. So this is basically the same T-poison. It's not T-poison, though, it's T-region. T-region equals 0.5. And it's just that. We'll add 5 onto the HP. If it gets region. So yeah, we have a good kind of framework now for status effects. So we can probably move on from that. Handle death. What do we want to do with when the player has died? It's basically going to be, well, we could either load to a previous save or we could spawn back at the health bay. And lose, you could lose your collected resources. And that would be pretty harsh. You could lose your, because you're only ever going to die probably when you're out on combat doing patrol and you're not getting to combat with something. So you could lose like your bags. And then you could go back out and pick them up again if you wanted to. So now poison is, that did a lot of damage, but if I get hit by him now, Regan is putting it up again. So if we get hit, poison and region, they're fighting each other they cancel each other out, which is what you'd want. Okay. I think we'll leave it at that. I did it back now. I've dropped 56 frames, it says. It never drops frames here. But it says I've dropped 56 today, so my internet's been dodgy past couple of weeks. Oh, really? All right. Death. What does death do? We need a place to go to on death. We probably do need a died event. All right, okay. Yeah. There's actually very few C++ developers on Twitch, I think, that I can see. There are some. Let's just make a death. Struct G event. Death. Yeah. So basically, I want to say if type is HP, and range dot get equal to 0, dead. Get game events, send G event, death. Oh, only if it's the playable character though. Only if it's the hero character. That is the thing. That's quite complicated, isn't it? So it's like on this game you can play multiple things. It's not if any HP is 0. It's if this is the playable character. We'll say if ID equals get game state dot get playable character is playable character ID. Will die if you're the playable character. It might be a game design choice whether if you are playing as someone else and you die, do you want to go to the death scenario or do you just want to go back to being the hero again? Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, it can be more efficient to do the plus on the left. Yeah, I'm only doing it on integers, so it's a copy anyway, isn't it, really? Or an increment. I think the compiler will choose the most optimum path for that. If it was a complex, if I'd override the plus operator for anything, I'll do the pre-increment probably to stop the copy. But I don't ever really do that. Here, I've got both overridden to iterate over a hash table. You can see this making the copy. I barely use hash tables really, so. So if we pick up a death, we we need to show a death screen, don't we? Which is like a pause screen, really. At least to start with. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it would be. Right, we need to make these hits really hard, so I just die. So that's in the combat stats as well. We can just say, we can just increase all them by 10 times. And we'll turn off region because I don't want to start gaining HP. So this thing's going to kill me really fast. In one hit, really. 1 or 2 hits, depending on the type of attack. Dead. Right. What do we want to do here? I don't really want to force the player to load a save. And the 2 options, you can load a save, load the last save, or go back to a medical bay. I don't know what sounds better, really. That's the GTA version, is it? Where you die, you just go to the hospital and you lose money and you fail the quest. I don't know what would be best, really. Yeah. Death's going to be a rare event in the game. Only combat. And you're never going to be doing combat on the space station. It's just when you go down to planets to get resources. So that you could die, drop the resources you've collected, and then in a bag, and then go back for them if you want to. Yeah. I want the game to, so the artwork for the game, I want it to be quite utopian, I think. On the space station, anyway. Think of the Citadel on Mass Effect. Do you remember that? Like really lush and green and water everywhere. And so like the crew quarters where the crew sleep isn't going to be bunks. It's going to be like a village. Because the space station's massive, so you get the crew the little house that the crew member lives in, and he's got his own little garden. So I think if you are living out on a space station, you probably need those things. You need a little garden and a little house in your own space rather than just a bunk. The Martian, yeah. That's a great film, isn't it? Like, I think one of the first areas you're really going to go to when you get to the space station is the crew area. And you're going to start, because that's where you can meet some crew members and start doing quests for them. That'll probably be the first area that I draw. Yeah, The Martian. It's an intense film. I wouldn't call it utopian. It's really good. So we could just load the last save, which would be literally sending the quick save event. Or the quick load event. We have a problem there with loading the HP up and stuff as well. We haven't actually implemented that. That's something we can work on while I think about the death stuff. The status effects. The instances need to get reset. Which I think they do, actually. I think the attribute controller gets remade. And we reset. That resets the level. I mean, that's no good, actually. No, it might be fine. Let's see what happens when we load a game up. So we'll just save it. I think we've been through this, actually. So it gets respawned. But we're in the load now. So we load the NPCs, and then later we load all the attributes in again. So we've just emptied out the attribute controller there. Yeah, so it does preserve. So the statuses, don't preserve the statuses. Watching Gangs of London. Oh, I've not seen it. I've not seen it. I've seen Gangs of New York. So we're not actually getting hit. We're not actually losing HP. Because HP is 0. Okay. So let's we need to we'll just restart, remove all these save files. So we probably want to restart on full HP, really. HP is 0, look, even with no save. What's going on there then? What have I done there? Did I delete setting HP? Did I do that? Here it is. Apparently, this is going to 0. Because it's not been built properly. It's doing the wrong thing. Death would mean the quickest way to implement death would be to literally send a quick load event. If there were no save files, what would you do? You'd have to restart the game. Oops. Input. Why do I do this? Input. Tick input. Quick load. Where's quick load? Quick load. So just send the quick load event when we die. Let's see if that even works. Should work. Let's just send G event quick load. Make sure we have a save there. So we have HP now. Let's just save. And we'll just get killed from this thing. And it just goes to there again. So basically it kills us every single The problem is if you do a quick save and you die, you do want to go back to the quick load. Probably do it via a menu for now. So we'll send the death event. How do we spawn a menu? I haven't done any GUI programming for a while. It's called Open Ticket Booth. GUI event Open Monorail Ticket Booth menu. So what I think I might do is I might do a game state events. We're just gonna listen for death. Make it actually a ready state event, maybe. So we'll do void operator const G event death. We'll make it a ready state event called execute death. So struct execute death. And then we want a begin and end, really, I think. And then all this is going to do is just disable and enable the input. Okay, so we're just going to go on end frame, get game events, push ready state event, execute death, actor ID 0, execute death. That just means we've allowed the ready state events are just there because it allows any other system that it wants to know about death to get ready before the event happens, because there might be a bunch of things that need to happen before death, including fading the screen to black, which we can do here. If auto data equals a data try unwrap execute death e.begin, basically that. I'll leave it at black, fully faded out. And it'll allow us to just pick up a menu then. To like open the menu for the death event, the death menu. So get game events. Send G event open. It's basically open the pause menu. Just pause game. Pause game. So we're going to have an open death menu. Might do it here actually. G event open death menu. And then we can just follow the just follow the other menus and how they work. G event open death menu. So it should fade to black and then send this open death menu. But not there actually. We'll do that on the execute. On the make ready execute, wherever that is. if auto data equals e.data try unwrap execute death. Just send that event there on execute death. Okay. I mean, we don't need to check if it's a playable character. Could even fade it to like red if we wanted to. Try that. So we'll die, it'll fade to red, and then we'll fire this breakpoint hopefully. It might fade to red very fast. I don't know how fast I think these tickers are quite fast for fading the screen. Whoa. That was very red. So let's try and fade it out a bit slower. Interesting, we can actually specify a color there. T out. We'll say 2 seconds. We'll ignore that because we might actually be applying a color. So we're going to fade out to red over 2 seconds. Fire the breakpoint, which will allow us to draw the death menu. There we go. So does the fade give me an alpha? Fade state, it just gives me a fade state. It doesn't give me an alpha. Because it would be nice to draw some text. We can get the fade, actually. We have the fade. So it's just screen fade, wherever that is. So we can do something like get fade alpha. Which is just t divided screen fade t divided by screen fade. Okay, we'll just store the alpha. So we just return screen fade alpha. Which means now we can draw like a you died. Do that for now. So canvas, draw, text, draw, string. What kind of canvas is this? Just an ordinary canvas. Get text font. Font size extra large. Text position, center line text. Colonel J, hey, thanks for the follow. If you've got any questions, no problem. Thank you. Go on, cocker. You're northerner. You died. Just working on a death screen, kind of. So we're working on combat, but got to the point where I've died. So I need to figure that out, really. Not really sure how I want to go. Canvas, get bounds, center. Don't know whether it's best to display a menu, which is like quit title, or load the previous save, or die and just go to like a medical center, like more like a GTA style death. Like I like that death kind of better, but at the same time, if the player is just going to immediately quick load again to get back to where they were just before they died, maybe that should just give them that option straight away. I've got it so that I die immediately as well, as soon as I get attacked. All right. That extra large font's not very large. Okay. So we'll look at the open in-game menu. We'll copy that because it's a while since I've done a menu before. G events open death menu. So we'll do void operator. Send opening game menu. Set menu in game. Clear modal. So I think we kind of want to do the same here. We've got current tabs. So it's not an in-game menu, that's the thing. It's a different type of menu. So it should open the in-game menu first. And we will have a menu type, probably death. Can't really use in-game menu because that's used in more places. Okay. So it will open a menu this time if I die. It'll be the wrong menu. This guy, so it didn't pause the game either. So it's more like this. Okay, this is the one I was missing. Pauses it. Well, we're getting to a point now where we're died and opened a menu, even though it's the wrong menu, and then we'll have to end the stream soon. But that means tomorrow, okay, it's Saturday tomorrow, Monday can come in and actually just do this death menu. I can think about it over the weekend because I'm unsure. There we go. We opened up a menu that was the wrong menu. A menu type. Death. Let's see if I can get to the point where we're drawing as a new menu. I have to just familiarize myself with how all this works. I think you just need these. This is the death menu. It's a big file. So what does on enter do? On these other things. Okay, well I think I want that. And I want from center screen. And then we want to do get game canvas dot draw quad. Game canvas. Game canvas. Game canvas draw quad. Game canvas dot get bounds. Float color 1 0 0. We'll just say max for now. And then I'm just going to do canvas, draw title. You died. See what happens. Depends if we even want to use the menu system. No such thing as size. We need to actually define what size is. That's my alarm to go. Alright, I'll get this compiling and running, and then I'll have to head. Without any link errors, hopefully. Okay. So this will just spawn a blank menu in the middle of the screen, hopefully. There we go. It wasn't smooth, and we don't get the menu because we're drawing this too far in the front, I think. I don't know what to actually know why that did that actually. Yeah, I'm gonna have to debug that later. Not sure why it's drawing it in front of the menu there. It's what it seems to be doing. I mean, we could just do this for now. Check that the menu doesn't actually disappear. Yeah, it's disappearing. So I'll have to figure out why it's disappearing. Right, that's the end of the stream.